Guidetti says. Test. Kitten says. Yep, I hear it.
Hey, Sharimir. Good. Say something else if you could.
Kitten says. Something else if you could. Kitten says. Something else if you could. Kitten says.
There we go.
This is on Twitch.
Got
Do
it.
you need it on YouTube?
Got it. Got it. Got
Kitten
it.
says. This is on Twitch. Do you need it on YouTube?
That's it. That's it. We got it. I think we got it. Right? I think so. That's it. Yep. Okay. Do a little tweaking. What's up, Sharimir? What are you doing, girl? The roads aren't that bad. Well, they kind of are bad. But it's slushy. Slushy. It's not like pure ice like it was, except for the side roads.
Kitten says. Making breakfast.
Ooh.
Kitten says. Making breakfast.
Let's just say it twice. Why is it saying it twice? Probably because I might have this thing open twice. I do. There we go. Shut one off. And why did this thing
Kitten
stop?
says. Don't say it twice, LOL.
There you go. What the hell? We're having some problems. Playlists. Alice in Chains. How's this all Alice in Chains? Oh, mix? Dude, I just did this. Why is this not? I'll switch this.
Shadow4622 says. You're back on Twitch?
Yes,
How's it
I
going,
am.
Crean?
Dude, Surge, right? I think. It's good. Until they piss me off again, probably in about a week or less. If how things trend. Okay. All right, I think we got it. We got the chat window up, so everybody's linked.
Shadow4622 says. Yes, Surge, it has been a while, XD.
Yes, Surge. See? Photographic memory, men. All right. Except I forgot my reference. Yeah, I know this hasn't been updated. It hasn't been updated in 10 years because this thing's a piece of crap. His Apple's a piece of crap. His life sucks. All right, I'll put this up so I'll mess up what I'm working on. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Go. For them, what's up? Let me get something done. So I've I was sick for like a month, and it was weird because I got sick, I got better, and then I got sick for like a week, and then I got better, and then I got sick a week later. Now I'm better. I think I'm good now. But between that time, my parents got sick, so then I was taking care of them, and it snowed, and I was snowed in. And it's like, oh, school's out. I want to get out of the house, and I couldn't get out of the house. And I think it shattered my brain. So here we are again. All right. It was rough, man. Man, snow days are nice. We don't get a lot of snow days in North Carolina, but I could have gone without this one. Jeremy, did you get outside in the snow at all? Did you frolic? What are you eating? You're eating the grits with eggs mixed in, a little concoction that you and Jonathan figured out.
Shadow Force 622 says, how much snow did you get down there?
Probably, probably about 7 or 8 inches. I guess maybe. I don't know. I mean, let's see. Maybe a foot in some areas, but that was like after it was stacked on ice. Hey, Shetty Mia, can you do me a favor? Can you tell me if YouTube chat is working? If not, I think I have an idea.
Shurikitten says, I didn't go out in the snowstorm. We went out yesterday to TJ Maxx and everything is just a layer of ice, it's crazy.
Yeah,
And no grits, lol, I am making eggs and toast.
I gotcha.
Shurikitten says, YouTube chat is working but no TDS. Shurikitten says, I don't know if you are seeing YouTube chat.
No, I'm not seeing YouTube chat. I'll fix that. 1 second.
Shurikitten says, it's over here. Shurikitten says, chat chat. Shurikitten says, eggs eggs eggs.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll figure this out.
Shurikitten says, there we go, TDS working for YouTube now. Shurikitten says, G.E. Whitman said hi earlier.
Good. Okay, GD Whitman. Hey, sorry about that. I didn't see it or hear it. So I have all the chat here just in case I missed it, but it never came up. I didn't
Shurikitten
know it wasn't
says.
working on YouTube.
And Zilukjus.
I need to make sure it's working.
Zilkjust2344 says. Funny.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Shurikitten says. See, that's their actual name. I wasn't trolling, lol.
Oh, you weren't. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Yeah, it is their name. Zilk just. Yeah. All right.
Shurikitten says. Zilkjus, how did you pick that name? Shurikitten says. Face roll keyboard, lol.
It's funny how many names Butt for Chair has. He always logs into like the wrong account and has to switch it. It's like it makes me wonder what he's doing. I think he trolls people. Probably has in a lot of different communities or something. All right, so my train of thought is okay, paint this, catch this up to this, which I should do. But every time I
Phantom
think
says. LOL.
every time I think to do this, I'm like, well, I need to get this done because this doesn't look good. And then I can bring this up over this, but that kind of doesn't matter. So it's more of what I feel like doing. Start on this and then I'll go up in here some, but I'll keep a little bit of space here so this doesn't mix. And we can work the edges later if I pull this off, which I probably won't. Let's just be honest. All right. Massage it in. Show it some love. There we go. Remember we did this the last time. I haven't painted on this since the last time I streamed. Not good. Not good.
Zilkjust2344 says. Well, it does partly comes from my surname, but it is changed to sounds like Latin Roman name. Actually, one of my basketball playing mates invented it.
Cool. Right. Zilkus. Pass Zilkus. Zilkus, the basketball player. All right. Same brush. I like how it felt when I was putting that on. Oh, wait. I need to actually do one more value. Should be very easy for somebody with my extremely large brain to do. I just want to stress how easy painting is for me and drawing in general. Living. It gets boring after a while because there are no challenges for me, I don't think. You know, I just accomplish everything. That's totally the wrong color. Dang it. Stop again. Accomplish everything extremely easily. I mean, what's the point? Oftentimes, it makes the exact same color as this. Also,
Zilk just 2344 says. C is pronounced like TZ and J like U.
C is pronounced like Z, C, J like U. Okay. C, U. Silk, U, silk, U, silk, U, silk, U, silk, U. I like Zilk juice. Zilk juice.
Zilk just 2344 says.
Zilk juice.
Doesn't matter, haha.
It does matter. It does freaking matter. We'll
Zilk
get
just 2344 says. Absolutely horrendous.
it. Yeah. We're correct. Zilk, do you, or silk, you? If you don't mind, what country are you from?
Shrikitten says. Yes, OMG, but Forker, another human for paint, future oil painter. I always just call him Bud for chair. Zilk just 2344 says. But yes, it does matter, I just not able to explain it. I am from Poland.
Poland, all right, man. I love Poland. Actually have a friend from Poland from church. I call her Ola from Poland. Her name's Ola. O-L-A. Ola from, we have the funniest conversations too. Like really funny. I can be like really goofy around this person. She's one of the professors at Wake Forest, and she teaches Spanish. So she's a Spanish teacher.
Zilk just 2344
and she's from
says.
Poland. It's really funny.
Yes, Ola is quite common Polish name.
I figured. It has the little dots and everything, I think, above the A, like 2 dots or something. Is that correct? Maybe? Maybe not. Do you all have the 2 dots?
says. Polish doesn't speak Spanish. XD.
I know. That's why it's funny. I was like, what do you teach? She's like, Spanish. I said, you're from Poland speaking Spanish. Which it can be. It's just you always think, you're going to have somebody like Jeff, but smarter, teaching everybody Spanish, right? Just from Mexico. He eats Taco Bell. Where is he? We really need him back. Yeah. You really need Jeffrey, my dear boy, back. Okay. How's that? That is like that. Yes, okay. So let me go a little bit darker. Cool it off some. Maybe something like that. Just a little bit on there.
Zilk just 2344 says. Ola is diminutive form from Alexandra in most cases.
I'll start calling her Alexandra then. See what she says. I'll finally prove to her that I'm educated. I've been trying to convince her for a long time, unsuccessfully. I am smart.
Zilk just 2344 says. He. It's funny with being educated. Especially these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shrikitten says. Can anyone else paint at church?
Let's paint at church. If they can, I don't know them. Uh, in the church, we have these like really crappy statues of Mary and Joseph hanging on the wall. Mary's just like this, and it's like this new age type of style. And Joseph, I don't know. I think he's just kind of, it's not good. And I've been wanting to put a nice painting of Mary and Joseph on either side in place of those things, but I'm not going to solicit at the church. Figure when it's time, it's time. Maybe one day they'll ask me, they'll be like, we've heard about your large brain and your genius by multiple people, and by multiple we mean a couple 100,000 people, and we're interested in paying you top dollar, even though we know you would do it for free. We're interested in, you know, I'm sure it'll happen soon. Okay, let us start putting some different colors in here. Mix it up some, just a little bit. I mean, it hasn't happened yet. Yet. My day will come. They'll recognize my genius. And then I'll turn them down just to prove a point. Making me wait so long. See, from a distance, this stuff is kind of working. Let me move.
Spinning Breakfast says.
They'll never tell me.
Viewers Simbus 3. Online Pila F40F.
Wait a second. Viewers Simbus. Oh yeah, that's a bot.
Shadow Force 622 says. All of your imaginary friends gonna voice up. Zilk just 2344 says. What is the approximate format of the painting you are working on?
The scale is, I think it's, what is it? Let me remeasure, because it's I think this is a 20-inch by 30-inch painting, but let me, or it might be 30 by 40 actually. Here it is. 30 by 20 inch. So.
So just 2344 says. Okay, thanks.
No problem. No problem. No problem. Only happy when it rains. So, we just got push to talk working a couple streams ago, and it's been a game changer because for obvious reasons, probably for me when I paint, it's very visual, right? I have to be looking at my reference in this case and painting and stuff. But when I always want to keep up with chat, and it's extremely difficult when you have your camera here. So I would have I have
says,
the iPad, the camera there.
No text to speech, not push to talk. LOL.
Push to talk. Did I say push to talk? I meant text to speech. So text to speech. And now I can just listen and focus on this so I can get more done. It's probably more entertaining because every time I would go and watch the stream, there were such lulls in the point where I was actually painting.
LOL.
You're pushing my buttons is what you're doing. We're pushing, smartass. He made a mistake. Rub his face in it. But yeah, it's much easier. It's much easier. Shooting me, have you played WoW? Oh, Serge, you still there? Do you like WoW? Do you like what they've done? Want to hear your
Shurikitten
expert
says,
opinion?
you can get me back later in PvP training.
Okay. Actually, I don't want to go that light yet. There. Let me get.
Stupiduzwo says, Lewith loves Pen Island. Almond the
Gears.
painter says, Buona sera signore Guidetti, love how the landscape is coming together.
Thanks, Alman.
Shurikitten says, I have not played since the update. I haven't wanted to try it. Shadow Force 622 says, that high IQ at work.
Shadow Force, do you like the changes? Surge? Like, what do you think? Surge is an extremely good player. Unlike Gears, who I always have to carry and everything. I'm sick of it. Really tired of it. To put up with the stupid remarks. Always something about camping.
Stupiduzwo says, I suck.
He does. He sucks. See? Out of the mouth of the beast. Speaking of sucking, we'll get it. We just need to get back into this. My default is to start with filbert brushes. But yeah, the text-to-speech, I'm loving it. I think it makes it more fun too, like actually hearing everybody talk.
Not OCA says,
Here we go.
Hi Lewis, we had a great camping
Camping
weekend.
trip.
Few men were asking about whereabouts.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I would say your butt
Zilk
hurts, but
just
you're probably used to.
2344 says, have you ever come across a situation when you can't finish the painting and keep changing? I am talking specifically about portrait being painted from the reference photograph.
So you can't finish it because you just keep changing it. I mean, I have not finished paintings before because I just kind of like they've been my project and I kind of got tired of it and said, screw this. I can see that as a problem. So I can give you my strategy has always been to say, okay, look, instead of just trying to get this one perfect, we'll make another one in the style that I want to paint it because you can paint very accurate portraits in different styles. So you can have one portrait totally accurate, beautiful. This is one style, this is another, and it's still fine art, it's still classical or whatever you want to call it. But there's obviously different variations that you can do with it. And I'll give you an example. You could paint more like John Singer Sargent, where it's more blocky, right? You're getting the impression. You're always getting the impression, but the final technique is more broad brush strokes that blend. Your eye blends when you step back. You can paint like that.
Shadow Force 622 says, I am not a fan of all the ability merges they did. I didn't mind all the abilities and disliking how few buttons there are now and how they are now tied.
I agree. Or you could paint like Bugaro or like just you could paint much tighter and
Shadow
still get the
Force
same effect.
622 says,
So you do two portraits.
plus they broke a few of my fave add-ons and had to redo my entire UI.
Yeah.
Zilk just 2344 says,
Yeah.
yes, Sergeant was very skilled, a bit similar like Zorn.
Mm-hmm. Zorn's a very good example. Zorn's beautiful. I love his work. Anders Zorn.
Not
So
OCA says, calling Mike Hunt. Shurikitten says, I've had that problem even without a reference. I think the basics are wrong if that's the case and your brain is seeing it and telling you.
Yeah, but I mean, oftentimes the thing is you have to if you can verbalize, if you can break down what's wrong with it, like actually try to articulate what is wrong with it and write it down, then what you do, you come up with a solution for it. And if the solution is I just don't know what direction I want to take it, just choose a direction. And if you really want to do a portrait in the other direction also, just do another portrait outside of that, but you can't keep on going two different paths with it. So that's how I've always handled that. That's a common problem. It's good that you go through it. That's how like you kind of figure these things out, learn how to get past them. Let me try. This is one of those days where I'm just trying different things. Let me try the fan brush. I haven't gone fan in a while.
Zilk just 2344 says, I have noticed that long uninterrupted session help.
Yeah. It like for me, I tried to. You got to get in the swing of things, right? You have to kind of just put yourself to it and get in that rhythm. And sometimes it takes a while. Like you kind of have to force it at first. And sometimes you kind of fall into it, you know. But you know what I mean? Sometimes you have that feel, you get that flow, and you have an idea of what you want to do. But the main thing with anything is
Suri
keeping a
Kitten
vision of
says,
what you want.
I feel like I don't know what edge quality I want. I do very soft but don't know if you must have it hard edged to be finished. How much out of impressionism does a painting have to be?
Well, what I would do, Shirimiya, is I would I would I would choose it, like I said, I choose a direction. What you're thinking is, oh, I could do this better. Oh, I should do it like this. I should do it like that. All those are viable methods. Like for example, I am choosing like this area, which is partially covered up, but y'all can see this. I'm choosing to get a little bit more realistic up front and try to get that effect, make it painterly, which is why I've been repainting this so much right around here. Now I'm going in here, I'm experimenting with a lot of things. I'm keeping the chroma high, but I have the technique in mind that I want to do. But if I was painting like more impressionistic,
Shadow Force 622
I'd be
says,
doing this different.
what do you think about the changes? Still
Um,
focusing frost or switched it up? Oscilla says, need to paint some whiptails in there.
so Serge, I think the changes, I think you articulated very well what I think. I think I like the direction that they're taking it, but they already made the one button rotation, and with the mage, I can speak for the mage and the ret. They made for the mage, they made Frostbolt turn into. Sorry for those of you who aren't into this. This is extremely nerdy. I'm aware of it. I'll try to keep painting. They made the Frostbolt turn into Glacial Spike, and it's like it's like one button rotation light. It's like you already had the one button for those who want to use it. Why do like I want to be able to place the Glacial Spike where I want to place it, because as it is, the gameplay, at least in one of my hero talent trees, because of how Frostbolt procs, that Frostbolt proc, which is instant in PvP, that's important, is overridden by when Glacial Spike happens, and that's just slowly ticking up with the ice lances, with the shards that you have no control over. So I think it's horrible design. Now I think they could have done a better job pruning it. And the one thing that I have a problem with, I really have a problem with, is it seems like the trend is if they don't like the feedback that they're getting, they just label it as the vocal minority. And I think that's extremely bad for PR, and it's disrespectful to the players who literally paid to test this. They made them beta test pay them. And that's not cool. And every time they do this stuff, it's indicative of them not listening and them screwing their game up. Historically, that's what's happened. Everybody says, oh, well, this time it's going to be different, blah, blah, blah. Well, I think they need to innovate a little bit more than they have, smooth things out. I like the idea behind it, but I think they took it a little bit too far, because it just feels clunky and dull and boring. Like it lost that flow and that smoothness to the gameplay. For me, that's how I feel. And I'm giving it a shot. I've played. We've done twos. We broke 2100 for the first time, and I didn't even feel like I felt nothing when that happened. Probably it was out of the season. That's why. But we were playing good. It's viable. It's just not fun.
Oscilla says. We're still prep atch 2 though. Not OCA says. I never meant to cause you any sorrow, I never meant to cause you any pain, I only wanted one time to see you laughing. Purple rain, I never want to be your weekend lover.
You're so retarded. It's just like, I swear, Oka and Gears are probably in their separate little mini chats saying, okay, dude, now you say this. Now you say.
I feel like they just are taking away the actual gameplay in favor of housing. By taking away the actual game, it forces people to just play house. Stupiduzwo says. What did I do?
Didn't you do? You're innocent, okay? Anyway. Anyway, so yeah, like I think it could be good, but they need to uh, look, just make it a little smoother and add one or two abilities back. Now, if that's their goal,
says,
good.
TDS doesn't capture the fact I said it in caps in a higher pitch voice.
Well, I automatically assume this. Okay. I think most people automatically assume. Anyway. Like for the add-ons and stuff, I was never a big add-on person, so for me it didn't really affect. For the UI and stuff, didn't affect me. And I think it's good that they're trying to go and get this stuff done. And if they can pull it off, good.
Zilk just 2344 says. The 4 times of the day is painting by Camille Corot. Are you familiar with this paintings?
4 times of the day is painting. I probably am, but I don't know the name of it. But if I looked it up, I'm sure I'd recognize it because Corot's one of my favorite artists.
It really makes me think they want to trim abilities enough to make it console viable. Frost sounds annoying to play now, and RET is what I was playing over the weekend and didn't enjoy it as much. True, missing Apex talents, but they aren't changing gameplay that much.
No. Yeah, I agree. And the Apex is mainly, I think, some modifiers that make it work, which makes it fun if they hit hard. Mage doesn't feel horrible. It's not what it was before. And I'm not one of these people who thinks that the game was needed to be complex. Like, I thought it was too complex, and they can trim it down some. But they really went overboard, and they did not respond to any of the feedback. At least say something. At least acknowledge it. It was just disrespectful. And, like,
Stupiduzwo says. The chat on screen isn't long enough, or the font needs to be smaller. Nice addition though. Shurikitten says. I tried playing WoW on controller and I did like it. But they didn't need to make these weird UI changes and take away abilities. Like, I can't believe you can't throw people off in Eye of the Storm.
Yeah. So if they brought Blast Wave back, for me, like one spell, that would go a long way. Just one, Blast Wave. Had that, fine. Mage doesn't feel good. It does not feel good to play. It's powerful. Like, you do good damage, but that's the only thing for me it has. And if all that's going to take is Blizzard screwing up their, like, they just tune it down and then it's not fun. It doesn't have the gameplay to hold it up now. Whereas before, last expansion, the entire last expansion,
Stupiduzwo says.
it was the worst.
Have you tried Arcane? The Arcane mages have been talking nonstop about how awesome it is.
No, I'll try it though. I'll try it. But I'm just saying, like overall, like last expansion Frost was the worst to play, but I played it the whole time because it was fun. The gameplay was good. They didn't tune it properly, but Blizzard, like, if they don't tune it right, it's going to suck. And you know they can't tune it because look, they say they want to simplify this game, but look at the talent trees. It's all modifiers. How
Not
that
OCA says.
it's so
Plum
complex.
has a really good build for Epic BGS.
I'll check it out. Yeah, Plum's awesome. But like it's all modifiers. Blizzard cannot possibly balance things with how many modifiers there are, and it's boring to pick those. They should be, I don't know how, I'm not a designer, but the whole point of those trees was to give versatile gameplay. So why not make it so that you have the option of if you want your spells to turn into other spells or not? Why don't you have gameplay options there? They just have modifiers in there and slight gameplay options, but it's boring stuff that doesn't make any sense. It just sucks. And again, they don't listen to people. So now if they, in my mind, it's what's the problem is like we don't know where they're at. Are they pulling their old
Zilk
shit where they're
just
just not listening?
2344 says. Yes, Koro is mine, one of the favorites too.
Yeah,
Its four
Kuro's
paintings
awesome.
made in 4 different times of the day. I admired subtle tones
Mm,
and sometimes just very abstract touches of the brush, but so accurate.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Kuro's like so Kuro is a very great landscape painter, or was. French back in the 1800s. Very extremely talented. I got to see some of his work in the Louvre. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And he has the ability to make it detailed, like more detailed, but he always maintains the impression, but he's very good at getting effects with brush strokes, like leaving the brushstroke there and having the effect without having to embellish that brushstroke, which is always a nice ability to have. I think every painter should. Um, Look, if Blizzard, like if they decide to continue working the classes and listening to feedback, I'm fine. But I also think
Zilk
that
just
they give
2344
shitty
says.
experiences for a game that
Yes,
you have
you
to
are
pay
right. He
for.
naturally prefers impression.
Yeah, you know. And the impression is something you should always go for, like
Zilk just 2344
light impression,
says.
everything.
Which is advantage in his case.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely because there's too much detail in nature to like take freaking forever. It would be so bad. So the beauty with this, see, I don't like any of this. I think it looks extremely ugly, but I can always scrape it down and start over again. I'm not overly concerned with it. But you leave with stuff here. Portraits are my favorite things to do though. I love portraiture.
Zilk
Um,
just 2344 says. I think he knew how to trust his intuition.
in terms of like, are you talking about in terms of? I think he also modeled the landscape some, right? He would move a tree that he took a tree from behind him and he would put it in the scene and stuff just for compositional purposes. But like he would go out and paint on scene, and which is like plein air painting. And then I think he would go and take it in the studio and work on it afterwards, just to kind of touch it up, which is also extremely important to do because it's going to look different outside. Oftentimes, if you do a painting outside, you bring it inside, it looks dark because you made the paint dark to
Zilch just
compensate for how much light is on the
2344
paint.
says that he stick more to impression, but obviously he observed very well.
Definitely, yeah, 100%. So impression is like, for me, when I'm talking about impression, as getting the proper light and
Zilch just
color and drawing
2344
down.
says, I like his portraits a lot.
I don't like his portraits a lot. I do like them. I feel like he missed. I like some of them. They're beautiful. They're beautiful, but in terms of like other portraits, I'm not a crazy fan of his portrait work. Maybe, it's been a while since I've really taken a hard look at them.
Another person in line E8G says, what's up, home skillets?
But for chair, what's up, man?
Not OCA says, by Lewis Go Arcane.
I'll try it, man. Look. It's just a matter of if you trust Blizzard. Are they making the game simple, and is this the direction where it's going to be, where they're just going for the one button and taking away their iconic gameplay, thinking that's the problem, when really the problem's them being giant pussies? Really, it is. That's the problem, which I don't think they'll recognize. Or, are they going to fix these things? Are they going to listen to the player base? The add-ons, like people, the reason why add-ons existed was because Blizzard didn't do their job. If they did their job, we wouldn't have add-ons. They did not mess with their interface.
Stupiduswo says,
I mean,
it's crazy to me, they've made the game simpler, but most the classes I've tested have debatably more complexity than before.
Good. Well, that's
says,
good.
Their default interface is terrible.
Yeah. The default interface they screwed up on.
Them listen to the player base. XD.
I know. They have done it before, but it happens when they lose people. Like Shadowlands, they lost so many people. They came back and they listened to people. They listened to people, I think, back in MOP, and that's when PvP was good. It's when they don't listen to people, which is a lot of the times that they make these giant mistakes and they get their reputation. So with the exodus of these add-ons, essentially you're taking the power out of the player base to fix Blizzard's mistakes. But I am all for it. Ideally, they make a good game that you don't need to fix. I like not having to get a billion add-ons to get things done. But at the same time, the gameplay that they push sometimes is bad gameplay if you don't have certain things to help you out with it. And oftentimes that's just small visual things that should already be there. DR tracker, for example.
Stupiduswo says, Blizz is slow to move, but I think they're making the right decisions overall. Housing is insanely impressive, PvP simpler to get into but still has a lot of complexity. Lots of BG tweaks, etc.
Good. I mean, look, I am rooting for them. I'm not trying to beat them down. I'm not liking it, and it's good to hear you say that. It really is. Like, again, for me, with how things feel, with my class, it's not good. So, in the direction I don't like with it. I don't like them saying, "Oh well, we just want to make you more of a turret, and like your shield is your defense now, so you don't need to worry." The gameplay of kiting was so much fun.
Says, Frost and Fire Mage need help for sure.
And again, it's
Shadow
like there's a difference between being viable and fun.
Their new built-in stuff should have only been released once it was a competition to the add-ons, though, instead of making the add-ons unusable with a inferior built-in version. Another person in line E8G says, good thing Shuri mentioned I should take a picture of still life, The apples and oranges are shrinking.
Oh yeah, man. If you're using real ones, you gotta do it within like you gotta go quick with that stuff. Pulling something together there. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick with this a little bit more.
Shurikitten says. Yeah, OMG, they will stink too. Stupiduzwo says. I have working DR trackers in Arena and a new version of Big Debuffs. It's limited functionality, but Blizzard is expanding it.
Is that Mini CC? I think Mini CC has some of that stuff. Blizzard is expanding it, and that's a good thing. And again, it's not like they're not done. They have a lot to do, but at the same time, it's like you pay a sub, and it's just like the game for like a week or two is just awful.
Stupiduzwo says. Minik is one of them.
Mini CC, yeah. Is one of them, my dear boy. There's many others. Like I like not having a lot of add-ons. It is nice. It's like, okay, I like simplicity. I do. But it needs to be fun and intuitive, and like they just went overboard in some cases. And
Another person in line E8G says. They will shrink down so that even Jeff can hold those apples with his small fingers.
it's not his fault. He's malnourished. He actually is malnourished, but that is actually his fault. I listened to what he was doing because I was very concerned for him. You know, he's going out to eat. I said, you don't go out to eat when you're poor. You get rice and beans and corn and stuff. You can buy that stuff
says.
and have it last for
Rumor is, Echo has a working week aura add-in in pre-release.
Really? Because they don't want weak auras. That's what ruined the game. That's why they said, why is this thing stopped? What's wrong with this? All right, let's do this. Take that out. VLC player. Let's go to playlists.
Another person in line E8G says. Yup, gotta stay away from Wendy's, it's bad. Oscilla says. I had basic bitch weak auras, I want those back.
Yeah. I like having the game simple. I just don't trust Blizzard at all. And I think what's going to draw people in is if they stop making the game for a bunch of Karens who want to report everybody, and you know, if they start bringing back like cool themes and stuff, not this stuff where everybody's always opening their hearts up and rising above violence.
Stupiduzwo says. Oscilla, that picture made me horse laugh. I was like, I have no idea whose bathroom that would be. Then I slowly realized. Another person in line E8G says. I streamed, think it was a week ago, millions were watching.
Good. I know how it feels.
Phantom says. I need to eat rice and beans, but I found the best pizza place in town the other week, and now I live for their pizza.
Yeah, I love pizza. It's crazy how good pizza is.
Oscilla says. Stupiduzwo nice, enjoy that bath water, my friend. Stupiduzwo says. Smells like cat turds. Oscilla says. Hey now, my tail is squeaky clean. Stupiduzwo says. Yeah. Now it is.
Hmm.
Oscilla says. Fair. QFXYT says. Louis Guidetti says my eagle is extremely girthy but also extremely short.
It's the dumbest. QFX, what's up, man? It's been too long. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? We need to get Shakuri in here. I don't know where she is. In her defense, I'm like very random when I stream. I'm only happy when it rains.
Zilk just 2344 says. Could you say what portrait artists are your favorites?
Yeah. John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn. Definitely those two. I love Bouguereau. Uh, who else? I am trying to think.
QFXYT says. Midnight gonna be juice or what?
I don't know. I don't trust them, QFX.
QFXYT says. If I were not Frost Mage. Zilk just 2344 says. Can you repeat the second one?
I
Zilk
think that
just
says
2344
Bouguereau,
says.
Zorn,
Warren.
and
Shrikitten says.
let's say I'll say
But for cheers mom.
Zorn, Bouguereau, and John Singer Sargent. I like a whole lot. Let's see who else. I'll look through the books just to jog my memory here. Let's see who else. I mean, essentially those guys. I love Sargent's work. Sargent because it just his work flows, man. And he has the ability to like make a tighter painting. I mean, he always
Stupiduzwo
keeps in
says.
light impression and stuff.
QFXYT I don't know about PvE but I'm still looking forward to PvP. Mages complain the most every expansion but it could be really fun.
Do we complain the most? I don't think that's true.
QFXYT says. Frost Mage were god tier for 20 years, now it's time to come back down to earth.
Were they god tier last expansion?
Shrikitten says. You should go through the Discord people and say which famous artist their work most reminds you of. Might give them some direction. Stupiduzwo says. NA, Boom can actually complain the most. But mages have a lot of vocal advocates when things aren't up AF. Phantom says. Zorn is the greatest at having his paintings look so lifelike without using detailed strokes. How often did he step back from his canvas? Did he use a 10-foot long brush to paint?
I don't know.
QFXYT says. I mean Absturge could still 6-0 double hunter lobbies on mage, So yeah, if you can play ITXD. Stupiduzwo says. Shuri Kitten, that's such a cool idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. She's always full of good ideas. Hmm. Okay. This.
Shuri Kitten says. Thank you.
UFX, nobody was playing Frost Mage last expansion. I'll answer that for you.
Phantom says. Yeah, that's a good idea. You could give out homework assignments and tell each person a painting or drawing they need to study.
Should do that, honestly.
Zilk just 2344 says. I really like some of the portraits of Frans Hals Dutchman, like for example, Portrait of an Unknown Man, 1660s.
Yeah.
QFXYT says. Apparently Devourer is taking the new one's hotting spot now, we'll see if they nerf that shit. Last season people begged them for months to nerf this shit, but they wanted to sell the fix with midnight. Another person in line E8G says. Velasquez. 1600 Dutch Masters.
Hmm. We go. Yeah, the Dutch Masters. Oh, Velasquez or the 1600 Dutch Masters. I like Dutch over Velasquez. Um, but I love both of them, to be honest with you. I really do. Velasquez is freaking amazing. You know, the thing is, my opinions always change. You know, make sure this isn't too loud for us. I think it is. Give me a second. Things are kind of wacky here. It's down just a little bit, right? Just a little. I love the Dutch. I think a lot of them painted on wood. And a lot of this, I think something about, correct me if I'm wrong, something about, I think the varnishes that they use to paint, it created that like warm glow, but also I think a lot of those paintings are very well preserved, partially because they painted on
Stupiduzwo
wood.
says. I learn all my art facts from the TV show White Collar. QFXYT says. Right now Devourer just needs 35 stacks for meta and they kill the whole team during it in 2 seconds.
I mean, all this stuff is going to change, man. So, excuse me. I'm sorry I keep on yawning, guys. Do I want this brush? Yeah. Go for the bigger brush here. Actually, I don't know. Do I want to?
QFXYT says. Maybe, new specs are always up. Zilk just 2344 says. Have you seen portraits of George de la Tour? What do you think?
Oh,
QFXYT says.
no. 1 second.
Mistweaver looks fun though.
Let me look that up. Mistweaver. My friend said that it was not good, and he was a main. So I don't know where you're getting this stuff from, QFX. I mean, you might be right. I don't know. Where are you getting your information from? Let's see, George de la Tour. Yeah, let me look that up.
Zilk just 2344 says. De la Tour was broke painter. QFXYT says. Watching streamers.
Which streamers?
Stupiduzwo says. Mist Weavers have been having fun.
Good. I'm
Priests
glad.
found new builds they like. It's just new expansion churn. Some like the changes,
Beautiful work.
some don't.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense, Gears. I mean, I guess one of the things that makes me nervous is if Blizzard's just saying, okay, we need to prune and make it simple over fun and
QFXYT
gameplay.
says. Yeah, I think people are overreacting on the UI changes. It's short-term inconvenience to get used to new shit, but they'll get used to it. Another
Yeah.
person in line E8G says. Was De la Tour influenced by Caravaggio? I
Yeah.
can see some similarities.
Yeah. The like dark to
Stupiduzwo
light.
says. I don't mind the UI stuff. I have almost everything back the way I like it.
Yeah. I'm the same way with you, Gears, because for me, I think I was already using the default UI anyway. I can understand the frustration there, but like I was saying, my thing is
QFXYT says.
hopefully they're still
I
going
could
for fun.
recreate my UI with it without a load of third-party stuff, so I'm fine with it.
Like if they're still prioritizing like good gameplay and fun, like smooth gameplay, good. But if they're like, oh, we need to make this like controller based, then that's the problem. And it's not that I don't think the designers would want that. I think that Microsoft would push them, and that's what makes me nervous. But if that's not the case, then we're good, because that means they'll get back on track because they're talented. That's what I think. Like I'm not I'm not bashing pruning. It's just I think they went overboard with my class specifically. I think they need to innovate more instead of just taking things out and then just that's it. I don't like the merging of spells. Like it doesn't feel good for me.
Stupiduzwo says. Healers are up in prep patch, but the CC changes have been amazing.
Really?
QFXYT says. I also think no weak aura will make shuffle significantly less toxic, since people won't bitch anymore if you haven't pressed 100% of your cooldowns after a loss.
I don't think so. I think people are going to be as toxic as ever because that comes from being pissed at something. And it's always going to be somebody else's fault that something happened, and they'll be saying, oh, you didn't even have to press this, you still screwed this up. That's what I think.
Stupiduzwo says. Shuffle sucks anyway.
I hate shuffle. But a lot of people like it. So, they're retarded.
QFXYT says. I heard they changed some reporting stuff now, so people have to be more chilksty.
I am so sick of them catering to Karens. They need to stop this reporting bullshit. I'm so sick of it. It makes the game not fun. You can't talk shit.
2344 says. Another person online E8G. Yes, it looks like he must have seen them somehow. He was almost 20 years his junior.
I'm going to get some more white. I'm running out dangerously low. Work on that water a little bit too. Switching it up some.
QFXYT says. I like it. Toxicity made shuffle not fun. Zilk just 2344 says. I mean, De la Tour was 20 years younger than Caravaggio.
QFX, all you got to do is just not look at chat. These people
Another
who
person
want
in
to
line
report
E8G
everybody
says,
for being mean is
if you guys played the
don't
old
play.
Nintendo Zelda game, your video problems would be solved.
Every black.
Shurikitten says,
reported for anything.
I only had one person be mean to me after a shuffle, lol.
Me? Randomly?
Stupiduzwo says. QFXYT, I agree with that 100%. I would play shuffle more if it wasn't for the toxicity. I can't ignore chat because PoEAP make calls in there. Stupiduzwo says. Higher in shuffle you get the worse chat gets. Zilk just 2344 says. Luis, it was pleasure to take part, thank you and keep on good works.
Yeah, man, it's good having you here. Thanks for showing me his work, by the way. Delator, very good. It's nice having you.
QFXYT says. Yeah, I turned off chat too, but then you're missing out on the target calls unfortunately. Sharikitten says. No, a random guy. It was weird. I reported him to see what it would do. It did nothing, lol.
I wish they took the reporting system away. Except for like cheating, gameplay sabotage, that type of stuff. If they're going to have reporting, I wish they would have somebody watching over it that at the same time would tell the person not to be a pussy if they were being one. Because it's just gone, like, it's out of control.
Stupiduzwo says. I report anybody that looks at me weird. The ultimate troll. QFXYT says. And I didn't know you're supposed to give healer party lead so they can mark the party, so people prob hated me just for that KEKW.
You played for like a
Says.
month.
Yeah, I guess mass reports are what do something.
You played for like a month. You need to play more. And then you need to learn how to troll those people who are pissing you off. See, here's the thing. That's the stuff I fish for. I love getting that stuff on me because then you can have fun with people. And I can't. Nobody ever attacks me. It's very frustrating.
QFXYT says. I played like 5 shuffles lel.
Yeah, and you're the expert now. That's my point. That's my point. You have these compassionate opinions on things, but you don't play. You got to play. You should play. I want to play with you.
Stupiduzwo says. I should have reported Luith and Xerxes for teabagging me for 20 minutes solid in a battleground.
Yeah. But that was funny when, remember, we were in the threes game and we killed them like we had like 5 kills at the end.
QFXYT says. I mean, I watch people play a lot, so I know what's going on.
But that's not the same as you're watching like the top rated players play. That's not the average player's experience. They're on a different level, man.
Stupiduzwo
Like,
says. Oh god, we had like 8 kills in a 3v3.
See? You see, we have fun when we play together. We need to do that again. Also, because every time I play with you, I learn something. Unfortunately, I do. This is the truth. I could go. No, I'm not going to add another color.
Another person in line E8G
Except-
says.
Oh, sorry.
Do you guys go to the park and dress up like DNDRAGONS? QFXYT says.
My
That
answer
prevent mount is more juice than all the glad mounts they had in TWWXD. Another person in line E8G says. Singing happy songs. Stupiduzwo says. No, not at the park. I prefer indoor playgrounds.
So retarded. Surrounded by assholes. Shirimiya, watch Blades of Glory. Daily reminder. Blades of Glory. George de la Tour.
Another person in line E8G says. Nerds.
Yes.
Stupiduzwo says. Here. Sharikitten says. Oh yeah, I told my master about that assignment. We will do it. QFXYT says. Which class are you gonna play Gears? Still digging Dragon.
Big Gay
Sub-Rogue is good
Dragon.
AF.
He's playing Big Gay Dragon. I might play Big Gay Dragon. We could play Big Gay Dragon together. Get Shitty me to play Big Gay Dragon.
Stupiduzwo says. Dragon and Warlock. Maybe some priest healer. QFXYT says. MW has channel while casting, it's so fucking good. QFXYT says. While walking.
See, movement, fluidity, gameplay, that's what I'm talking about, man. They can do it, why don't they?
Stupiduzwo says. I used to be a Mistweaver main. I still need to try it.
You think you'll like it?
QFXYT says. Damn, not going back to your 2.7k enhancer at. Stupiduzwo says. Haha, enhance is probably dead to me. I suck at melee now. I think I'll like Mistweaver. Moving while casting is pretty huge.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody likes being a turret except for warlocks in this because they're probably smoking pot on the side or something.
QFXYT says. You can even do the zap while walking now, and touch at 15% always feels good.
Touch at 15% always feels
Another
good. I'm sure
person
he
in
does.
line E8G says. That grass is looking good enough for sheep to chomp on.
That's right, man. That's right.
Stupiduzwo says. Oh, you can crackling jade lighting while walking? QFXYT says. Yeah, even behind pillar lel. Stupiduzwo says. That's sick. QFXYT says. Yup.
Yep. Oh. You guys want to get depressed? See what that game was like, the cinematics, how the cinematics were back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then what they are now, and you'll be depressed. I mean, we're talking about Gears
QFXYT
level
says.
gayness here.
I think the heal channel heals at 500% effectivity on the lowest target, it's juice.
You know what, Gears, or QFX, you know what I want to do somehow? I want to, like, have somebody. Why does this thing keep on shutting off? I want somebody to continue. Oh, wait, it's still going. Here we go. Didn't we already do this one?
Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, I'll have to try it tonight maybe.
What I want to
Another
do is
person in
have
line
somebody hack into
E8G
your
says.
computer and make it so that you can't watch
Perhaps you
streamers.
should add that Greek
All you have
kid,
is to play.
whose wax wings melted, and he fell down drowning in the water.
What? Should add that Greek kid? What happened? And actually, I don't want to know.
QFXYT says. Watching is more fun than playing XD.
What is wrong with you?
Stupiduzwo says. Man, I haven't watched a WoW streamer in months. They all seem so sad nowadays.
Do you think they do?
QFXYT says. I'm lazy lel.
Dude, I don't. So I never really watched streaming back in the day because my reasoning was I was like, why would you watch somebody when you could just play the game?
QFXYT says. Yeah, load of them switched to gambling cause arena doesn't pay anymore. Another person in line E8G says. Oh yes, his name was Icarus.
Icarus? Oh, he melted. Yeah, Icarus flying too close to the sun. Yeah. All right.
QFXYT says. Or they play the new re-released expansions like Pakaba or Zeryu cause that gets views.
Yeah, they have to think about the views. I like Vinruki a lot.
Another person in line E8G says. Or. Could show a pirate ship.
What's with you and pirate ships? And I just got paint on my phone. Whatever. Who cares?
Stupiduzwo says. I like watching WoW arenas, but it felt more fun when it was like 2 or 3 hour team session than a 12-hour shuffle session. Like, I don't give a s about shuffle. Almost none of those guys play teams.
Yeah.
QFXYT says. What's up with the new open world PvP zone? Is that gonna be hot or what?
I don't know. It depends on what incentive they have to put people out there, I guess.
Another person in line E8G says.
Curious to know what.
Not sure
Gears
think
says.
Hollywood paints pirates in a good light. For me I'd be mostly interested in seeing the ship. QFXYT says. They need a mount for shuffle, or no point to play that shit. Stupiduzwo says. I didn't know there was a new outdoor PvP zone. Literally first I've heard of it, tongue sticking out.
What do you think, Gears? And it's that one, the new battleground, but they're making it that outdoor zone, right? I think that's it.
Grasshopper 11275
Grasshopper.
says, I hope the new WPVP zone lags less than Girotar. Grasshopper 11275 says, also, hello smile. Stupiduzwo says, the new battleground seems super weird. My gut doesn't like it, but we'll see. Stupiduzwo says, hey ya Grasshopper 11275.
Trying to turn it up just a little bit.
Grasshopper 11275 says, hi stupid, we are due for super weird. It'll be a nice change. Another person in line E8G says, Lewis, are you still teaching old Brian and the rest of the bunch?
Yes. Yeah, but it's been crazy because people have been sick. Like Brian, I think he had to have surgery. He's fine. He had to have surgery. And so he's like, I haven't seen him since before Christmas. I don't think. Did we even have a class? I think we had one class. Yeah, I haven't seen him. I don't. Anyway, we should have class this week. Last week our model canceled, and I don't blame her. It was icy outside.
Stupiduzwo says, if they make the NPCs hard to kill, it could be a lot of fun. I'm tired of steamrolling NPCs in battlegrounds.
Yeah. Like if they make incentive for people to go out and do stuff, I just don't.
G.E. Whitman says,
I don't think they have it in them.
send him a card from everyone at Discord.
He'd appreciate that, honestly. They probably need the encouragement with what I put them through. However, they kind of deserve what I put them through. Like how many times I've told them to not start shadowing and not smiley face the nipples, and they keep on doing it. And then they wonder, they're like, why are you getting upset with me?
Grasshopper 11275 says, NPCs are tougher now cause we aren't max level at the moment.
Yeah.
Makes it funner.
It is. It's more fun, and they're not
QFXYT
going to do anything
says,
about it.
Keenad funny, the feedback forum was full AF, but they completely ignored
Ignored
everything.
everything. Yes. At least say, look, we hear you, and this is like what we're doing. We heard this, we heard that. At least say that. How hard is it? Get an intern to do it. It's so disrespectful. I'm sick of these people. Like, people literally paid to beta test. They made them pay. You had to have a sub to beta test.
QFXYT says, oh, we learned so much, we listen now, guess next expansion XD.
Yeah, they said the same.
Another person in line E8G says, Brian, Happy New Year. Oops, that was a month ago, sorry, get better.
They're just so disrespectful. You don't like, people are left guessing with them.
G.E. Whitman says, LOL. Stupiduzwo says, why, what's wrong with Brian?
Brian, what's wrong with him? If you're talking like about I don't know surgery wise what happened. I think he's fine. He just had like minor surgeries.
QFXYT says, they didn't say anything, LOL, could have at least said, hey, we hear ya, but I wonder if they even read any of it.
You wouldn't think they read. I think they do read it. I think they do take it into consideration. I think they ignore a lot of it though too. I think they say, this is nothing. We'll do this. We'll do that. I think they shirk off. That's what I think, based off of how they've acted before. I could be wrong. I don't know, because they don't. It's like it's the same as you're having a conversation at the table with somebody. Somebody asks you a question. What do you think about this? You make a response. They don't say anything. They don't even make eye contact with you, and they just get up and leave.
QFXYT
That's how it
says,
feels.
I mean, the forum is also toxic AF. I wouldn't want to read any of it as a Blizz employee.
It's their job. It's their job to read it. If they don't want that job, don't take that job. It's feedback for their own career.
QFXYT says, every post is basically everything sucks.
It's not, though. It's not. There's a lot of feedback out there that's positive, that's like putting this stuff out, and then there are a lot of people that are like, I wish they would listen to this. It's not all negative. It's a lot of very positive stuff out there. It's bullshit. It's their job. Feedback by design is supposed to be contrary in a lot of ways. Like you're supposed to take that out. I looked at the beta feedback, and a lot of it was extremely
QFXYT
good
says,
feedback.
guess I missed that XD.
Just all you have to do is go and look at the feedback right now, and go back, read the months of November and October, November, or November and December in midnight beta. Just read those. I don't care which one, pick whichever feedback you want that Blizzard started. They asked these questions. Go and read it. And you'll see, you'll see that little thing, Blizzard post, right? And there's a thing where you can jump down to the next response. See if you can find anything where you can jump down to their next response.
QFXYT says, I mean, yeah, they didn't talk shit about it, but the feedback was basically that what they did isn't good and they want it changed.
So so what? Like, and that wasn't all it. A lot of it was like, this is good, this is bad, we don't like this, we don't like this, this is what we want, this is why we don't want it. Fine. If they disagree, at least put a post out there, because these people are they were asked to do this. They're paying to do it. They shouldn't be. They should be getting paid to do it. And they're taking their time to get the feedback. And now, Blizzard's thinking, oh, well, this isn't what we like. Fuck that. This is what I'm talking about. These people are pussies. I don't know when it changed, but like, this is the job. Like, you look at that feedback, you take it in, either agree, disagree, whatever, but they're getting like, if they're getting emotional, saying, oh, I'm not going to listen to this, it's defensive. That's feedback. Feedback doesn't always feel good, but it's supposed to help you. This is 101. I don't understand. And then they get this reputation, oh, all they do is complain. That's feedback. That is the definition of it. Oftentimes it is. It's just how it is. It's unreal. But if they're getting offended with that stuff, all you got to do, you just watch their cutscenes and see what the game's turned into, and it starts making a little bit more sense.
Stupidaswo says, lighten up, Francis.
Fuck.
QFXYT says. Guess they'll still tune some numbers for release, but honestly I think for the rotations that's how it's gonna be.
No shit.
Another person in line E8G says. What color is that lake? Kremnitz white with lemon yellow.
This is just simply yellow ochre and Indian red with white. This has some transparent red oxide in it. And then this is just some ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow, Indian red, away with you, and yellow ochre, probably some white. Yeah.
QFXYT says. Call me crazy, but I like a lot of the changes. I mean Warrior is still dogshit, but whatever.
I mean, all the changes are bad, man. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. So, I mean, there's no point in, at this point, going over them.
Stupiduzwo says. Hazix was really excited about Fury. He said it's gonna be nuts.
It's good to hear. I mean, all classes should be fun to play. They should make them fun to play. If that's what they're trying to prioritize, and then they make it good.
QFXYT says. I don't like about Fury that you have to build up this MS stack that takes a while. Arms has it completely after one hit.
Really? Yeah, I haven't kept up with them. What was the thing about like one of the demon hunters is like that Star Nova or something. It's like the Devourer, but you can't like get stacks or something until your Apex talent. And so like your best ability you can't use until you're level 90. Like what was this? There was some weird thing.
Grasshopper11275 says. Did you guys find a streamer that played top level PvP in top level gear in the beta?
I know Aegis did, and then
QFXYT
Ricky.
says. Yeah, Devourer right now needs 35 stacks of some shit, then it can get into meta and one-shot the whole team if you let them XD they tay new hunters.
Huh. I know Val and Zerx they got one shot by something the other day. I wonder if that was it. I didn't know they could get into that though.
QFXYT says. If they don't fix that shit, that's gonna be very unfun for everyone else.
They'll fix it. I mean, I would think they would, right?
QFXYT says. Yeah, tots what we thought with MM2XD.
I know. I was thinking about that. I know. I mean, yeah. That's why whenever we beat one, we would teabag them instantly. Doesn't matter what they did. It's just the fact that they were playing it. See, and this is the other thing, okay? They didn't touch season 3. They didn't respond to any feedback, none. And they didn't touch season 3. And it was broken. They didn't even make any changes or anything. Like they did something with disc early on, that was it. But you're paying for the game.
QFXYT says.
So I do
Honestly,
get angry
it's
over
nuts
that.
they didn't fix it for months is crazy.
That's my
so
point.
Many people stopped playing Arena because of this, maybe
Look,
forever.
every time they pull this shit, everything goes downhill.
Another person in line E8G says.
Every time.
Your AI voice doesn't like some stuff I say.
Well, I'll have to fix that. So we'll need some work trying to get that thing going.
Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, WTF, YouTube keeps filtering my comments.
What?
The new DH spec is bad. If you crowd control their HUNTT, they do nothing.
Filtering your comments. I'll go back. Maybe they put some weird thing in YouTube. I'll go back and make sure that you can say stuff. Maybe it's on my end. They're constantly making back end changes, and then you have to go and undo stuff. So
Shurikitten says. Yeah, might be a new update.
yeah,
They updated YouTube recently.
showing me I haven't
QFXYT
watched that
says.
video yet.
That's a big if. They have meta like every 30 seconds where you need a fat cooldown for it.
Yeah. Rush was this one. This one? It said. This first.
QFXYT says. Sub-Rogue is pumping now though,
Is
they
that,
have
yeah.
dance for 9 seconds 2 charges, and it's on 20 seconds CDXD. Stupiduzwo says. It's filtering out whenever I type HUNNTT but without 2 N's and T's.
Okay. Are you kidding me? Why would it do that?
Grasshopper 11275 says.
Hunt.
Hunt.
Hunter.
Shurikitten says. Hunter.
Maybe it's on your end.
Shurikitten says. Hunt.
Maybe you've been flagged. What's going on? I was going to say, if this is what's coming to you, you can't say Hunter. You can't say this. You can't.
Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, I don't know, that's what was doing it a second ago.
Dude, that's weird.
QFXYT says. I was watching this 2.6k rogue pump a bit, That dude's takes someone out solo so fast it's nuts. Grasshopper 11275 says. Gears has been a bad boy. Another person in line E8G says. If YouTube was a man, he'd be wearing a white short sleeve shirt with a pocket protector and a wig. Stupiduzwo says. Grasshopper 11275 apparently.
It's weird, man.
QFXYT says. Lot of their shit is shadow damage too now.
Oh man, I hope the rogues are good because I really want to go roguing and hunting people again.
QFXYT says. Honestly, RMP is still gonna be god tier, one of the best comps. Stupiduzwo says. I'm far more afraid of sub-rogues than anything right now honestly.
Listen,
But the CC changes make them somewhat manageable.
so my thing is not viability. Viability, like things, they're pretty good at making classes viable. Mine's if it's fun or not to play. That's it. There's difference between it being fun and viable. Ideally, you have both. Right now, Mage is extremely viable. Because here's the thing, it's starting to get to me. Because every time I'm like, I don't like the changes with Mage, they're like, oh, stop complaining. They're like the best.
QFXYT says. Yeah, cheap has CD now, but they get a charge every dance so they have enough. Stupiduzwo says. Fun is subjective a whole.
Yeah, that's how they make excuses for sometimes horrible design too. But you're it's also partially right, I think. Oh man.
Another person in line E8G says. Do you guys sing that song Shiny Happy People Holding Hands? After gaming. Grasshopper 11275 says. There has been packs of paladins or hunters queuing together. And people
Really?
are still taking their rogues in packs. You
Nice.
made stacking rogues trendy.
I didn't do that. That was I think that was Nutshots and Plum was doing it some. I think Nutshots did it. Somebody
Stupiduzwo
else.
says.
And
Forget all
Gears
them, in epics just take like 3 guardian druids. Sheesh.
are Guardians like what's with Guardians right now? Are they solid?
QFXYT says. Isn't Rodruid still gonna be worst healxd?
Rogue Druid? Just screwed that up.
Grasshopper
Refresh.
11275 says. Apparently Guardian Druid charges knocking people offline in games lol. Stupiduzwo
Yeah.
says.
Getting the DCs.
Guardians are unkillable.
Guardian.
Most tank specs
Yeah.
are unkillable.
Okay. I was wondering because there was like I was having trouble killing a druid. I thought it
QFXYT
was
says. Resto Druid.
Resto. Yeah. Resto Druid was we couldn't kill. I couldn't kill him.
Stupiduzwo says. Anything force movement plus stun/root is instant DC.
Yeah. I know. I think jumping while you get stunned, right? Anything force movement, stun root is. But like if you jump in at the same time as you get stunned, you get DC'd now.
Stupiduzwo says. Yep.
Yeah.
Stupiduzwo says. Jumping while stun is DC.
Yeah. Zerst got feared out of the arena in one match. Fortunately, we already killed one of the guys, so we were able to wrap it up. But Warlock feared him outside.
QFXYT says. Did you get Glad S3 gears? Grasshopper11275 says. Yeah, and you get those players who barely know how to play their class accidentally disconnecting the other team's lead over and over. We need more butthurt creams. Stupiduzwo says. F no, ain't nobody got time for that. QFXYT says. Sheesh. QFXYT says. Ain't nobody got time for a third bat recaller. Stupiduzwo says. I got like 9 characters to 1950 though.
Dude, that's really damn good. 1950 is really good. Is that in? Wait, what bracket was that in?
QFXYT says. Damn. Stupiduzwo says. Threes.
Threes? That's really good. Who were you playing with?
QFXYT says. I don't even have 9 characters.
You don't even play.
Stupiduzwo says. Onyx, the guy you played with
Yeah.
before, and
I
his
love
real
Onyx.
life friend Clark.
Clark. Nice. Onyx is a very good player. Was he on his Shadow Priest? Was he healing or what was he doing? Not good. Like this.
Stupiduzwo says. We were all over the place, Spryest, Warlock, Mage, Hunter, DK, Rogue, etc.
Nice. I like that.
QFXYT says. No warriors in their EKEKW. Stupiduzwo says. LOL, nope. Warrior and DH were the only classes I think we didn't play. QFXYT says. Yeah, honestly, fuck Warrior, Blizz has no clue what to do with it, and if rogues stay the way they are, it's gonna be so antiphon to QR.
Gears is saying Fury's going to be good, man. You gonna look into that? You think you're going to play it all?
QFXYT says. I'll look how things are in Season 1 but I think I'm done with Warrior.
You got on a Warlock at one point.
QFXYT says. That's why I already dipped into Warlock back then. Another person in line E8G says. When are you gonna show us your all-purpose palette? Stupiduzwo says. Warlock has a lot of interesting complexities I think. Really fun.
Cool. You been playing it? Gears? Warlock? Just reblocking parts of the scene just to get a little bit better.
Another person in line E8G says. I got a larger palette, I stained it to be dark, and I've been oiling it for a while now. Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, lots of Warlock.
Cool.
Oscilla says. Burning Rush.
Reblock that part in. Might not work.
QFXYT says. But heels can still just press one button to undo all your dots writes D but distro and demo fuck I guess. Stupiduzwo says. Unlike Nomadic, I don't even spec Burning Rush anymore, tongue sticking out.
I don't know. Don't know.
Grasshopper 11275 says. But I have to push the button twice and that takes a lot. Stupiduzwo says. QFXYT yeah technically dispel still hurts but you can spread UA now and applying dots is easier than ever so it's not a huge deal imo. QFXYT says. I'm not the biggest fan of demo though and as destroyer always train target number 1. QFXYT says. Yeah the spreading stuff is juice, and distro a lot of the damage is the dot I think. Stupiduzwo says. I feel like I've seen every class do well one way or another at this point though. Probably put warrior in last, but everything else that I can think of has done well with a good player behind it. QFXYT says. Also got 2 instance shadow burn and fire something. QFXYT says. Yeah, if you're queuing with a good rogue as a caster, you'll prob have fun.
That's gonna be cool. I mean, they're gonna make a lot of changes and stuff, you know. They're pretty good at that for the most part. I just hope they keep on working things out, you know. I guess I'm not sure it's the designers I don't trust as much as the management of the game. So just do the stupidest shit sometimes. Oh, that didn't work.
Stupiduzwo says. Blizz management is ass, but I feel like it's been shifting.
You
This
think
stuff
so?
really does move slow though.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do and there just can't be that many people doing the bulk of the lifting.
Mm-hmm.
Stupiduzwo says. Just how software development works.
Yeah. Yeah. So I essentially reblocked in this area right here just because compositionally, I think I lost the composition. Um, and in terms of the technique, I don't mind the technique that I've done here, but I need to specify some things more, pull it together. Obviously, um, this is looking freaking horrible, kind of like Frost Mage. I'm not over it. I'm traumatized. I'm the victim.
QFXYT says. They could do more with the money they make though, they just aren't willing to invest anything into it beside new expansion content. Grasshopper11275 says. It is not freaking horrible.
Well, it's not freaking horrible. Did I say this is? I might have.
Stupiduzwo says. The thing that drove me nuts, you get 2 designers in a room, they talk and agree on something, add third and they have to start all over, and with fourth and fifth, so on. More designers is more dissent. Grasshopper11275 says.
Makes sense.
Yes, you did. It is
Oh, okay.
freaking good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've really been working on this area down here a lot just because I don't know how I want it. Like, I have an idea, and so I'm trying to get that. It is rough, man. This. It's lots of scraping down, starting over. And I'm wondering how much of it is when I come back in. Sometimes it's sunken in. It's very dry looking, and so you can't see the deep, rich colors that I put in after I painted. I don't know. I mean, this is something like
Grasshopper
attractive to look at.
11275 says. The foreground has to have more clarity than the background, right?
Yep, you are correct. And
Stupiduswo says.
yeah.
The amount of work that gets done after a point grows inversely to the number of people working the problem. The diminishing returns is what people forget about when they talk about Blizzard.
Hmm.
Another person in line E8G says.
Yeah.
When you work on a commission, do they give you a deadline? Or do you do it like Michelangelo, and tell it will be done when it's done, jerks?
This my guy is okay. So the guy I always do houses for, oftentimes he says, "Yeah, I want it around this time." I'm like, "Okay." Sometimes he'll be like, "But I want it done right," is what he'll say. So it's like a soft deadline. This one they gave me as much time as I wanted, which is good and bad. It's good and bad because I could be going faster on this. At the same time, I had a lot of stuff to do like the last couple months, a lot, and it's not good. It's taking me out of the studio too much. I was telling Sherry Mia this because I was chatting with her in Discord last week. I'd come in here, the studio I was trying to start, and I came in here and I couldn't move. I went and laid down on the couch and I just could not do anything. It was a horrible feeling.
Grasshopper
Horrible. Oof.
11275 says.
I was,
You made it through Christmas and now it's February already.
yeah. The Christmas, that's what, did I tell you about that? It's Christmas. My thing was make it through Christmas because it's just, there's so much. I won't bore you with the details. There's just so much stuff. It's ridiculous, but got through that. And then the day after Christmas, I got sick, which I never get sick. I got sick and then
Grasshopper
got sick again
11275
and
says. You
finally got
looked
sick.
exhausted at Christmas.
Oh,
Sharikitten says.
yeah.
Yeah, glad you're feeling better now.
Yeah, shutting me that night. So normally I wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, like always have my whole life. And I slept through the night, which wasn't good because I always have to go down and take care of my dad in the middle of the night. I woke up like in the morning. I said, "Oh my gosh!" And I've I love sleeping through the night, but I have to be really tired to do that, and I was. I didn't know I was that tired. I didn't know. So that's what happened. And in a way, it was good because I said, okay, well, because I was upset with myself for coming in here and not getting anything done. Like I could not, I was looking, every time I would get up and look at this painting or look at a drawing I wanted to do, I just could not get myself, I was like, I just can't do it. And I would go back and just like lay down. I just felt broken. And then I slept through the night. So I said, all right, I must have been like more tired than I normally was. I think it was probably getting over the sickness and stuff. I don't know. It was weird because the problem that I have is that I'll go and I won't rest, and that's not a good thing. Like I kind of just I overdo it. So it is a problem. I'm aware.
Grasshopper 11275 says. You kind of have to now, it's understandable.
Yeah. Yeah. This morning I was like, it was, I woke up and I said, all right, I need to get to the studio. I need to make it to the studio. That was my thing.
Another person in line E8G says. Some weeks painting just doesn't work out.
Yeah. I just want to get in here though. Like, if I'm going to not do a good job, I want to at least get some experience in, right? Because it's not good when you can't even get there to paint. Like, I don't mind painting horribly during the day because that means I was still painting. And the way I look at it, I'm like, okay, I painted like horribly today, but then I look and I assess what I did wrong, and that's how I progress. And then you'll have those days that click, but you're not going to have the days that click if you don't go in there and practice. You know, like you have to put yourself to it. So I keep on telling Gears that in arena, and he just doesn't listen to me, which is why he doesn't get good like me. You know, 1950, LOL.
Not OCA says.
Okay.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa. But as for me and Grandpa, we believe. She'd been drinking, too much eggnog. Stupiduzwo says. I zoned out and didn't hear what you said, but yes, I suck.
He does suck. And Oka, I actually did say Santa Claus didn't exist in a video, and I got some pissed off Karens on my ass some time ago. Whatever. Karens are always pissed off.
QFXYT says. Brothers eating candy mid-game.
What are you talking about? That's
Grasshopper
Zerst. Zerst is always eating
11275
candy.
says. Being angry is the new black.
I'm always angry, man. So I am, despite how it might look, I am working on that. I'm just failing miserably.
Oscilla says. Being angry. That makes me angry. Another person in line E8G says. Reminds of the time in the submarine, we were getting ready to go out again, on patrol. I helped a guy carry a box to his department space. They have the comfiest couch mattress there.
They have the comfy easy couch. And that's the thing. If you have a comfy couch where you work, that could be the worst thing for you. I would have demonstrated that perfectly last week.
Another person in line E8G says. I made the mistake of sitting down, and I instantly passed out, slept, anyways they were looking for me lol.
And you woke up and your butt was hurting. And Oka was standing not but 10 feet away with the gears right beside him. And they were high-fiving each other.
QFXYT says. Is Og even good in prep-atch? I saw no one play it at all.
I don't think so. I don't know. Gears would know that, but I don't think so,
Oscilla
man.
says. Yes, high-fiving almost like the shape of the Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower.
QFXYT says. Would be cooler though if they had a dragon melee spec, I don't know why they made two ranged. Grasshopper
Yeah, it would be cool.
11275 says. Augmentation is awesome in WPVP.
It is. I wish augmentation would come. I like that how they tried something new. I think they could still do something with it. It just doesn't seem like they're following up with it. Doesn't work. Messed up. I need to flip it. All right. Let's look at this from a distance, shall we? Shall we? We shall.
Grasshopper 11275 says. There is a world PvP even on Thursday night I think, make the Rotar great again is planning something.
No way. It's cool.
Grasshopper 11275 says. Event.
An event. Ooh. An event. Da, 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 da.
Grasshopper 11275 says. Time to crash the servers.
Oh, why isn't that? There we go.
QFXYT says. Weren't people pissed about Prevent being basically 5 minutes of contents D?
People pissed about The pre-event being basically 5 minutes of content. Yeah, I was watching a Bellular video this morning, and he said that they said it was the worst pre-patch event in the history of the game.
Oscilla says. I got the title then gave up after Nomadic said how stupid the rest was. Stupiduzwo says. Bellular always slants negative for views. But in this case the prep patch event is pretty effing bad. QFXYT
Yeah.
says. I like the mount but the content is pretty much a recycled nothing burger. Grasshopper11275 says. Nacho Party has been running rare farming for the prep patch in war mode. That's kind of fun.
Bellular, I've heard him do some positive things before. But yeah, it was I didn't even really know there was an event, to be honest with you. I just don't keep up with any of that stuff anymore. I don't know if I just don't care. Because I always feel like it's just going to be something stupid that's going to piss me off. Like that's essentially how I expect everything to be at this point.
Stupiduzwo says. I'm not saying he's only negative but the negativity is definitely higher on his channel than the positivity.
I can see that, yeah. I can see that. I can see that. But I mean, can you blame him? I mean, it's freaking
Stupiduzwo
Blizzard.
says. I've kinda written him off as a winner at this point.
Uh oh, a whiner, yeah. I can see that. Yeah. All right, so what I don't like about my thing right now is especially this line right here, that needs to change. It's just a straight line going across, but everything else is coming along. I can put more depth into the clouds. Work at the transitions of the trees there. Kind of like I've done here. This looks better. Y'all can't tell here. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can really tell on the stream. That's better painted than this. But it's sunken in there too, so.
Grasshopper11275 says. But it's farther away so it should be a little less clear? QFXYT says. That's okay man, my paintings look better upside down too.
It can be less clear, but you still want to work the transitions. You don't need to like do all the detail and stuff on it. Still put some in.
Not OCA says.
Okay.
It's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me.
So gay. Okay. Still need to work this, but I could overwork it. But, 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 butts are for pooping. Here's what we do. Let's get some drawing done. Hand. Oh, I can't see that. I'm doing a hand video for Shikari, and I might as well start working on one of the hands.
Grasshopper11275 says, if you look at how fuzzy your background cows are compared to how detailed your foreground cows are, shouldn't the foreground trees be detailed and the background trees be fuzzy?
That would be reasonable, yes. Yes. The short answer to your question, and the probably most accurate one, is yes. You just have to keep them separated, you know, fuzzy, detailed, cows, trees. Y'all were in YouTube. Keep them separated. Song just started playing the second I said that. So y'all aren't on Twitch, so you didn't get that one. I'll fix the cameras.
Grasshopper11275 says, if you detail those background trees then you'll have to detail those background cows too. No one wants that. Oscilla says, I don't hear any music.
Yeah, because you're on YouTube. Wait. No, you're on YouTube though, right? But on Twitch, there is actually music playing on Twitch. So I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now. At least I think I am. I know I am. I just checked.
Oscilla says, yes, on YouTube this time.
You're on YouTube this time, yeah. So obviously I can't play music on YouTube, right? But Twitch, we got it set up so we can. So I have the music playing on Twitch, but YouTube, you can obviously play whatever you want because I don't have music playing there. It's a little bit more complex setup. I like it. I can play music that's not sappy and give me a second. There. Let's bring it up some. Right there. Do that. Boom.
Stupiduzwo says, add kick streaming to Dick head.
Oh, shoot. What'd I do? This might be too dark, but I don't
Anticampfwo
know. It
says,
might not be.
screen black.
Yeah,
Not
screen is
OCA
black.
says, it's me Dave, open up, I got the stuff. Cheech say Dave. Dave's not here.
You're just quoting movies, aren't you? That's all you've been doing. Kick streaming too. You think yeah, you were talking about kick streaming. I kind of feel like I should be doing streaming on X more than Kick.
Stupiduzwo says, no, in fact, movies quote OCA.
Anti-champion,
QFXYT
screen black.
says, right, it's
Shouldn't be fun.
totally the robot voice from that movie.
Is it? What movie is it? Specifically, what movie? Hell? we? Okay, here we go. That. How's that? Okay. Oh. That. Oh, then. Where do I want this? Oh, I didn't plan this out. Where should I put this? I don't know where to put this. Let me think.
QFXYT says. 2001 Space Odyssey.
There we go. That's fine. I don't really care. That looks good, I guess. Practice drawing. We're going through painting and we're drawing because I need to get better at both. That was the movie? What's wrong with that thing? 2001 Space Odyssey? Really? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. And it was this one, right? Yeah. To be? Sure. This will sharpen off. Let's go! If we are going from real life,
QFXYT says. Hal or some.
starting with the wrist. Hal or some? What are you talking about?
QFXYT says. That's the robot's name, Hal and some number.
Oh, okay. Going from wrist, right? The wrist to
Not
top
OCA
of the hand.
says. Bone fact Rory. QFXYT says. Pretty good movie actually.
It is? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I
QFXYT
feel like I
says.
should have.
Beginning is boring though.
Yeah. Is it so slow? Is that why it's just, I think it's very quiet, right? That's an older movie than, it was like, when was that made? That was a while ago, wasn't?
QFXYT says. Yeah, it's old.
It's
I
old.
mean the monkey stuff fits for the evolution theme, but it's pretty slow.
Gotcha. more or less. Block-in, basic block-in.
Not OCA says. It's a good thing that same-sex marriage is legal here because I'm already planning our wedding.
Just because drawing's not hard enough, painting's not hard enough.
QFXYT says. Is it gonna be a camping wedding?
This is how you get better, though. And this is what I'm talking about. QFX, if you're getting trolled, if somebody is talking shit to you, you have to take advantage of that stuff. Freaking Camp Brothers on my ass over here. I guarantee you, they're in discs. It was such a funny thing. Now we're gonna
QFXYT says. Gear's gonna do the priest.
He always plays several different tunes. That's how he gets good, kid.
Oscilla says. I'm a priest, do I get dinner? After. Stupiduswo says. If I do any priest, it'll prob be holy. But Prez might be more fun, so we'll see.
Prez seems like it's a lot of fun, man.
QFXYT says. To me holy is still a PvE spec, call me old.
Think so?
QFXYT says. I mean they're good now in PvP too, but I saw disc as the main spec.
Oh.
Not OCA says. Do you like campfires? Cause I really want a s'mores.
It's not all you want.
Not OCA says. I thought I was straight, but I think you just proved me wrong.
It wasn't that hard.
Oscilla says.
No, I thought you were
Gay for the
straight.
stay.
Gay for the stay. Okay, just in the background. Once in a while, just says the stupidest shit.
Not OCA says.
Here we go.
Are you math? Because I'm really bad at this, but I'm hoping you grade on a curve anyway.
Grade on a curve. I'm assuming that's from a movie, but also you don't know because he might be doing some. I guarantee you probably looked up some gay joke or something, right? Chat GPT, Google. Keep me guessing. And Gears comes out, he explains, he's like, this is what he meant to say. Yours has had his hand on his finger hovering over the Instagram biceps macro that he has planned in just in case somebody says biceps and then the account goes out. He links it immediately.
Stupiduzwo says. Sorry, I was working. Somebody say biceps?
There we go. I did. I was saying biceps. This comes up some.
QFXYT says. You doing the upper hand grip a lot since you've been single at. Not OCA says. I must be a national park ranger, because I'm looking at one mighty fine bear.
One of these days, you're gonna wish that you weren't.
Shrikitten says. Glad I'm not the only one that flirts with Lewis.
I don't know if you'd call this flirting. It's something.
Oscilla says. I said Lewis had mad riz yaai before all you plebs. Shrikitten says. I thought OCA would be the bear.
Would be the bear. Oh man, such a weird world we live in, is it not? Is it not? This angle is off. Comes up some still. Is that? Oh, and here's me.
Not OCA says. You should stick your charger in cause I'm dying without you. Grasshopper 11275 says. I thought the bear is the one with the best beard.
All right.
Shrikitten says. And thickest ass. QFXYT says.
The thickest ass.
Sheesh. Shrikitten says. I don't know, man, you might need to bend over so we can assess. Not OCA says. It's either you or climate change, but something's making really hot in here. Another person in line E8G says. There.
Really glad I got the text to speech. The push to talk. Text to speech. You can actually hear myself getting roasted instead of just like reading it.
Shrikitten says. Push it hard to talk.
You guys are just on a roll today, aren't you? You're just on a roll. On a roll.
Not OCA says. I was just broing the menu, but you're the only meal.
He's on a roll. Gears, where's he getting this stuff? What's the source? He has a source. He has to have a source. Probably favorited it.
Stupiduzwo says. Your mom.
Low-hanging fruit we're going for today, aren't we? So
Shurikitten
immature.
says.
So immature.
Oh, is it a three-way?
Oh, God.
Not
It just
OCA
gets worse.
says.
It's like a slow train wreck.
Hey, your pants are blocking my view.
That was by design. I still need to set up the ass cam. Drawing these hands, I realize that I'm probably going to have arthritis in a couple of years. Not a good
Grasshopper
feeling.
11275 says. Stepmom. Oscilla says. Gotta make that money somehow, right?
Yeah, this is correct.
QFXYT says.
Here we go.
Always money to be made behind Wendy's dumpster.
You are correct about that, but that's I'm not the one behind Wendy's dumpster. That's Jeff.
QFXYT says. That's where he's been at.
Oh, he's doing
Oscilla
okay.
says. QFX would know too.
Damn right he would know.
QFXYT says. I'm there daily.
Uh,
Oscilla says. Get it GRRRRL.
girl.
Shurikitten says. Bite that pencil a little harder.
Hearing a lot of whip
QFXYT
cracking.
says. Sheesh. QFXYT says. Does it have bite marks?
God. I feel like QFX is shutting me as protege now. Am I correct? I am correct. I don't need to ask. I know.
Shurikitten says. Well, he's in my Discord, lol.
There you go.
Shurikitten says. So is Bud 4chair.
I don't doubt that. I'll join your Discord too. I should join your Discord. So stupid.
Not OCA says. So are you top bunk or bottom?
I'm not even answering that question because there's no right answer to that. Just a fact of like, if I answered that, he'd be like, "You answered it," and then another joke would come up, like, "See, he's gay." Or if I said like, "Yeah, there's no win with that." You ask questions, it's a loss if you answer them. But see, I don't answer them.
Shurikitten says. Subby to the highest bidder. Bush or no bush?
Gosh, like, gets worse and worse. The text to speech is either the greatest or the worst thing that's happened in the stream.
QFXYT says. How about Obama?
I don't want to think about that.
Shurikitten says. How about your mama, lol? QFXYT says. XD. QFXYT says. She's picky with art, man.
Art man. This hand is all over the place, is it not? I immediately regret saying that.
Not OCA says. You must bake them some nice rolls. Shurikitten says. Yeah, QFX was telling us about his mom not liking his art. She's tough to please.
Mm-hmm.
But you could do it, Louis.
Louis. QFX. One second. I want to show you something. This is pretty funny. Give me a second. Coke Zero. YouTube.
QFXYT says. I don't know, man, I heard he's into camping.
Oh,
Sherikitten says. Maybe she likes a good starfish.
this is how I picture. Let's see, y'all are on YouTube. Okay, this is YouTube chat. This
Willis
is
Guidetti says. Link V.
That's how I picture QFX when he shows his mom his artwork. This is a funny video, but are y'all able to click on that? Probably. It's not your fault.
Another person in line E8G says. What's going on, home skillets?
Butt for chair. Dude, this hand.
Not OCA says. I saw those moves on the dance floor and couldn't help but wonder what else they. QFXYT says. The sad fridge painting XD.
Yeah. It was such a perfect shot because like the Cheerio falls off and the mom's just so disappointed. You've never had any talent. Video games are amazing.
Not OCA says. Can you buy you a tent? QFXYT
Another
says.
question I'm not going to answer.
First they were too skinny to her, now she called one of them a pig.
Oh, your the drawings. Did you make her fat to please your mom? And then you said she said, just say, "Mom, you draw it. You do it. Okay, you do it. You think you can do better? You do it." Woo!
Another person in line E8G says. Lewis, your hands are getting too skinny, lay off of lifting up those large brushes, do a while.
Did you have skinny hands? Pretty big though.
QFXYT says. She does paint but not people, and mostly traced. Not OCA says. Best Gary pickup lines.
Best gay pickup lines. Okay. That makes perfect sense. All right. Look at that.
Grasshopper11275 says. Just tell him he has nice shoes.
It's like wearing moccasins.
Shurikitten says. Can you fold your tongue?
Immediately regret doing that. In the atmosphere and light of what's being said, Oka looking up gay pickup lines, showing me God knows what she's going to do with that one.
Not OCA says.
Here we go.
Wait, hold. QFXYT says. Some POPs can do this triple fold.
I'm not going to hold that, Oka. No. Well, this would be a lesson to anybody who impulsively follows y'all's orders. No doubt what is about to come. Regret saying that too. Literally everything. Paranoid. Totally paranoid. For good reason. All right. Yeah, the triple fold, I don't know. I can't do that, I don't think.
QFXYT says. AI gonna replace Hollywood soon, some scenes are getting really good. Shurikitten says. Would you rather order food yourself or have another person order for you?
Both are fine with me, man. If it's a good meal, you don't need to worry about it. Sure.
Shurikitten says. Good to know, lol.
What's that supposed to mean?
Another person in line E8G says. Okay, I'll bring you a happy meal.
Shit. Bring a happy meal. Tots.
Another person in line E8G says. I'll ask the.
Good. Yeah, ask the. Hmm.
Another person in line E8G says. I'll ask them to make sure you get the pink toy doll playset.
Thought my doll set. Gears, you remember how hard we tried to get people to talk shit in Arena? Do you remember that?
Another person in line E8G says. Strawberry shortcake.
It's a gift when somebody shit talks. It really is. The most fun, man. Messing with people. You make them
Stupiduzwo
go
says.
for the contract.
Yep.
No matter what's said. No matter what's said, let's make an agreement that we do not put the other on ignore. That's how you start it. You go from there. If you can get past that one part, you're good. That's one of the things these companies need to understand is that some people want to do that and they enjoy that type of stuff. And I think there's a big market for people like that, personally. Oh man, I really wish I owned a game like this where I could just make it how I wanted. It would be so
QFXYT
awesome.
says. You getting glad midnight or what? 2.3k not too hard if you scam some 2.7k enhancer into it. Not
You,
OCA says. What's your favorite says Hanses?
I don't know what that means. Even after looking and staring at it for like 5 seconds. QFX, are you asking Gears that? I think because there's no way I can't get. Actually, I think if we played with Gears long enough, we might be able to get that. Maybe, I don't know.
QFXYT says.
Oh, that was a bad
Gears
one.
is the enhance I was talking about Sti. Stupiduzwo says. Got whispered by a guy that told me to go off myself because our comp was deviant. I talked to him for a bit then reported him for death threats, tongue sticking out.
Yeah, that is bad when you say stuff like that. Like that's
Stupiduzwo
the stuff you
says.
don't want to say to people.
Last week. Not OCA says. Okay lover I mean Lewis need to run take care camping next week.
Letter Ocasia, jackass. Yeah, there's a way to go about doing it. You don't tell somebody to kill themselves because there are some people out there who are on the brink, man.
QFXYT says. What was the comp? Stupiduzwo says. I think it was devastation, Boomkin, Bull.
And HPAL. Gotcha.
Another person in line E8G says. You guys watch Brokeback Mountain while camping?
I don't think
QFXYT says.
Gears
That's
needs
not
to.
too
He
bad,
lives it.
not like Frost Mage Resto.
Here's or QFX, you talk like if you just play mage, you're gonna get like 3K or something. That's how you're talking. It doesn't make any sense.
Stupiduzwo says. Only real losers would run Frost Mage / Resto.
It was hard. Nobody was playing it. Season 3. Nobody was freaking playing it. They even said
QFXYT says. For real. Another person in line E8G says. Be right back, campers.
oh gosh. Out him with the camping.
Stupiduzwo says. That comp is super toxic though, not necessarily easy but definitely toxic.
It's extremely hard to play. And season 3, which you weren't around for, such high damage that the druid heals couldn't keep up, and so you had to play perfect if you were on druid and mage. And mage, frost mage damage was way undertuned. And that's a fact. All season and the entire expansion, they were the weaker of the 3 specs. I played it the whole time. So I'm not a flavor of the month.
QFXYT says. OMG, I once posted this clip months ago of this warrior fighting against Frost Mage Resto, and after he said who the fuck plays Frost Mage Resto XD.
It's a counter, man. See, the thing is, you don't even play though. Like you look at. I've already said this. I'm not gonna say it. You look at the top rated players in the world and go off them. And it's like 0.01% of the player base. Nobody plays like that. They make everything look easy. Everything. They can pull anything off they want.
QFXYT says. You know that shit is broken because sheep and clone don't dr right.
You don't know what you're talking about because you don't play. And I've been trying to get you to play, but you don't want to play.
QFXYT says. Exactly. Stupiduzwo says. QFXYT, we should team up, get glad, then throw hot takes at Lewith all day long so he can't dispute them, tongue
Yes,
sticking out.
please do it. Get him to play. Because let me tell you what's going to happen is when he plays, his takes are going to change. He's going to realize that what he's talking about is a very small percentage of the player base that he will never see. I will never see. Gears maybe. Gears has. But
QFXYT says. LMAO, we should get it on Frost Mage and Resto too.
all right, go. Play mage. You think it's so easy, you play it.
Stupiduzwo says. NA, Those are the two easiest specs in the game.
Just messing with me now, man. Guys. Says, okay, it's an easy. Yeah. And what happened when you're on your marksman hunter? What would you say against the mage? There were a wall of hunters. We still hit. Well, we almost hit 21. We got up to, in the season, we got up to 2082 or 87. And then we broke 21, but it was after the season. But we got through the wall of hunters. That's a feat. Being that they could destroy us through pillars instantly, both of us at the same time. It's easy. All right.
QFXYT says,
We're going to start cleaning
I
up.
mean rake into double clone already gets you to 2K in 5 games.
Cleaning up. I'll leave the stream on.
Another person in line E8G says, Lewis, is there rivalry between the method and the way that the drawer is over on the west coast? Us draw things, I've heard them talking sheet.
Everybody's trying to piss me off more than I already am. What was I doing?
QFXYT says, XD. QFXYT says, he's bit in.
He's biting. Of course I am. I don't have the self-control not to. You know it. You're taking advantage of it. I really wish that I had just like one mage friend who understood the trouble my people have gone through. You have no idea the hardships my people have been through. But there's nobody who plays mage. You know why? This is not as easy as it seems.
Stupiduzwo says, what was Mrs. response to Deacon calling you a failed Vagok or whatever? God, that shit was funny.
Wait, what? Wait, what happened? What was Mrs. response to Deacon calling you a failed Van Gogh or something? Oh, I don't remember what he said, but what I did, I look, Van Gogh is it's a totally different genre of painting. It really is. And I can paint more realistic than him. Van Gogh is not hard to beat in terms of realism because he wasn't a realist painter. And so I simply said, this is a portrait of Van Gogh, and this is one of my portraits.
Imagine comparing a post-expressionist or something to a something.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it was a great response, and he just got excoriated for it. I mean, because it was like, I mean, I get it. Like, I get if you're not an artist, you don't know these things. But then why are you going to get on the forums and like use that as an argument if you don't know what you're talking about? Well, I can answer that. You're not smart. That's a stupid thing to do. And, you know, it's like I'm not going to get on somebody's case for not knowing art. I need to be keeping up more with it than I am myself, and this is my profession. That's not a big deal. But like the other thing, I was like, I don't know, I haven't attacked people on a personal level in terms of like their life. Like, oh, this person in their real life is a loser and they do this. Because I don't think that's a good thing to do. Because you don't know the person. Like, anyway, I don't do that. But when they start pulling that shit, personally, I like it. It's not good, but if they did it to one of my friends, I'd be pissed. I don't know. One time they talked shit about my dad. I didn't like that, but I didn't. really let them know that it bothered me. And, part of that's my fault. I mean, you know, if like I know that there's some assholes out there, and if like streaming, and I bring my
QFXYT
dad in and
says,
stuff, and I'm the one
those
who.
Deacon forum posts got crazy replies lel.
We need to start those back up, man. Those are the most fun. But oh, Gears, this is what I want to say. Okay, Oka keeps on trying to get them silenced. Don't try to get them silenced. Like, the best thing to do, it's the most fun when they can talk.
QFXYT says, 700 replies liek dam.
I know.
Another person in line E8G says, some people are bullies that never grow up.
Yeah, it was messed up. But Gears, like, if that stuff starts happening again, the worst thing we can do is report them. Just let them talk, because they look so bad. Like, they're the types of people that the more they talk, the worse they look. And I have fun with that stuff. But if we silence them, it does them a favor.
Stupiduswo says, oh, I don't care about them either way.
Oh,
They're
I know
literally
you don't.
nothing to me.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, you talk to Oka, and Oka has this thing where you just let them talk, man. Like, I know you don't care. And they don't bother me either. Like, I enjoy it because I like messing with people, and that's fun to me. Everything that is talked about on those forums is ridiculous. I could care less about that stuff at this point. I just want to have fun with them.
QFXYT says, didn't you make this meme guild like his?
Oh, we did all sorts of stuff. We created a fake
Stupiduswo
RR.
says, I just want to PvP and lightly troll people.
I like 90% of what you said. I think heavily troll would be better. And that's why I'm here, is to help you with that. And that's why I'm saying, you want to troll these people, tell Oka to stop freaking reporting them. Because every time I go in there to have fun with them, they can't respond because they got reported out. It's vexing. Extremely vexed.
Stupiduswo says, them getting silenced is pretty funny too though.
It is if it happens, but it happens every single time. And then it's getting to the point where they can't speak for months. And granted, they do deserve it, because a lot of the stuff I said, it's not like just one-sided. I'm just saying, I've been public about, I've told people, stop reporting them. I've been away from the forums, and they'll still attack me
says,
over stuff.
That's kinda hilarious though.
Yeah, it is. All of it's funny.
QFXYT
It
says,
is. It's funny.
I wonder how the forum would be if non-subs were allowed to post.
Dude, it would be great if people would if you could not get banned. It would be so great. Within reason. I think it's gone too far. Like, way too far. Like, the term trolling is abused. It's very vague and it's abused.
QFXYT says, the shit talk would be through the roof.
Dude, I'm telling you, the best times are when you can
Stupiduswo
shit talk.
says, apparently they got rid of the anonymity of the forums.
Really?
You can see who's posting by the net or so something now.
Can you tell the classic accounts now? Is that what you just said too? See who's posting the black, which you should be. Like classic, if it's Balnet, then you should be able to tell. So people will be able to see who no is now.
Stupidaswo says. Classic, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's
Stupidaswo says. But it's not retroactive.
what does that mean? Anyway, it's all pretty funny because of how stupid it is.
QFXYT says. Didn't they want to enforce that the forum name is your IRL name and people went nuts over it some while ago?
They did, and I think that is.
Stupidaswo says. They have to post since the change to see who they are, I believe.
Oh.
Stupidaswo says. LOL, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty valid. There we go. Perfect. I mean, I think that's a valid argument. Privacy. That is a big thing. But you know.
QFXYT says. There would have been a load of sent pizzas that no one ordered if they did XD.
Yeah, man.
Grasshopper 11275 says. Nom pizza.
Dude, be good for some good pizza. I haven't had pizza in such a long time. It's been forever.
QFXYT says. I don't even know how it's such a toxic place, people should be glad they have someone to play against, still XD.
Because everybody's angry.
QFXYT says. Arena been dry.
Dry? Yeah. Well, QFX, did you hear there was that one, I think Toeli was talking about how Blizzard doesn't care about PvP and they're not going to do anything about it. And he has like inside guys, and it was this big thing. This was like a month ago or something.
QFXYT says. 20-minute plus shuffles for DPS.
Yeah. It's like that's what they're talking about. Are they going to fix it? They don't care. That's what I think it was kind of something like
Grasshopper 11275 says. We are between seasons and a lot of people are on outs brought over from Remix.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I just need to clean these. I'll try to be quick. I'll leave the stream on.
QFXYT says. Absturge talked about this, the problem is you need more healers for faster queues, but healers are pissed now because they removed healbot or some. Grasshopper11275 says. If they can't play healer without healbot, are they really a healer though? QFXYT says. I mean, in arena the healbot gameplay isn't gonna get you far. QFXYT says. I can see why it's inconvenient in PvE though.
All right. Oh, great. Hmm. Does Healbot not work anymore? Cleek works, but actually I think they put an in-game healing system right now. It's good. They needed something. Healing was tough without anything. I use Cleek, but I think it can be replaced with Blizzard's frames now. Maybe that was the case before. I don't know. Need to set up the H-Pal. See what they've done to him.
QFXYT says. Doesn't Zerx play a good sub-rogue? You should play RMP with one of your priests.
He's rusty, but I thought he was very good. Yeah. But he never played at the level in which we're playing right now. His favorite is Druid heals. Actually, he loves healing on Resto. We got into Arena by doing Fire Mage, Assassin. Actually, I think he was Assassin. He could play sub. I don't think he did sub. I'll have to ask him. I'm pretty sure we did Assassin, Fire Mage back in BFA. That was fun. That's what got me into Arena. And it's a very powerful comp to play, but it's very unforgiving as well. I don't think we never broke 1700 with it, but we did very good first. It was the first time we had ever played.
Says,
so
sub is god tier now. If you see ANC Han into his CC on heal, they can just 100 to 0 someone alone.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I keep on yawning. Ah, what a day. What a day. What a day.
Shurikitten says. Do you have a headache?
No, I don't have a headache. No, I'm good. Does it look like I have a headache? Holes in my socks, though.
Shurikitten says. Yawning a lot can be a sign of one even without pain.
I don't need to be more paranoid than I am. Yawning can also be a sign of just not getting enough sleep. Yeah, I just
QFXYT says.
just need to get more sleep, I think.
Man, when a full CC was still 8 seconds, those were the rogue mage days. Shurikitten says. LOL true. Shurikitten says. Hydrate homie. Grasshopper
Yeah,
11275
right.
says. To-do list, nap, pizza, new socks. Stupiduzwo says.
Yes.
I had a brain tumor and I yawn all the time. Just saying.
That's called being retarded. Gears. Did you have a brain tumor, by the way? I can't tell. Did you? He didn't. He's messing with me. Oh. I think music's over on Twitch, which is totally fine because we are out. I'm just putting my boots on to walk through the slush.
Stupiduzwo says. Yep, a big one.
I don't believe him. He's trying to mess with me right now. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust any of you.
Stupiduzwo says. Not to brag, but I got the market corner with biceps and brain tumors.
The market what? I missed that part. Who's it? The market corner with biceps and brain tumors. Stupid image. Work my biceps out. It's a streaming day.
Shurikitten says.
Gotta work the seps.
No, for real, did you have one? That would be insane.
Yeah, because I currently think he's joking. I think he's messing with us. Woo!
Stupiduzwo says. Yes, I really had a brain tumor,
Oh my
had
gosh.
brain surgery and everything.
Dude, that's insane.
Got some plates in my head now.
Ah, dude, that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. When was this?
Shurikitten says. Holy crap. How did you find out you had one? QFXYT says. Do you beep now at airports? Stupiduzwo says. Long time ago now. I had seizures in my sleep and throw out my shoulder.
Damn.
ER doc said, that's not normal, and ordered an MRI for me right away.
That's horrible. At least they got it, man.
Stupiduzwo says. QFXYT, I kinda hoped I would, but no beep, and it doesn't get better radio either. Sucks.
Yeah, at least you could have one of those cool abilities.
Shurikitten says. That's insane.
That is insane.
Glad you survived.
Yeah. How long did it take, like, I'm sure you were probably like fuzzy headed afterwards. How long did it take to kind of like normalize?
Stupiduzwo says. Sir Pierced, I never told you guys. I like to shake people's hands and be like, hi, I'm Alex and I had a brain tumor. Stupiduzwo says. 2 days tops, I missed 6 days of work. Went back with bandages on my head still.
Oh my gosh.
QFXYT says. That explains a lot.
Here we go.
Shurikitten says. You had to be awake for it, right? Shurikitten says. I assume the tumor was benign. Stupiduzwo says. Nope, they didn't need me to be awake, so they put me out. Barely remember the hospital at all.
It's insane. I mean, that's a good thing. This thing with anesthesia is so awesome.
Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, but I got lucky that it was operable. Most the time it's lower into the brainstem and it's fatal.
Oof. That is rough. Did they know going into it, or was that something they could probably see on the MRI or the CAT scan? Or does an MRI show that? It doesn't matter. They could tell beforehand, right?
Shurikitten says. Did they even do a biopsy? Stupiduzwo says. Yeah, they knew everything going it. They were surprised how large it was. The surgeon presented my case at a conference. Stupiduzwo says. No biopsy to my knowledge.
Wow.
Shurikitten says. Do they know what caused it? Stupiduzwo says. Not definitively. Another person in line E8G says. Yo home skillet's back from a driving errand.
What's up, man? What's your chair? Dude, that's insane. That is a crazy story. I thought you were kidding. I thought you were just trying to scare me. But it turns out you actually had a brain tumor. That's insane.
Shurikitten says. Yeah, that kind of stuff scares me.
All right. Well, guys, I think it's about that time.
Stupiduzwo says. I don't want to be overly dramatic, but it was one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
How so? It's interesting.
Stupiduzwo says. Changed my life.
Really? Did it make you like start thinking different about things or something?
Shurikitten says. How? Is that how you met your wife? QFXYT says. I thought that was hitting 2.7. Stupiduzwo says. I was a real shehead. Drinking, dropped out of school. Robbed a convenience store, etc. Stupiduzwo says. QFXYT ha ha ha.
Wow, that's really crazy though. Here it is kind of messed up. Oh, y'all couldn't even see what I was doing. I forgot to reposition the camera. Anyway, guys, QFX, son of a bitch. I'm glad you're doing okay now, it seems. And
QFXYT says. Loki, when we got 2.2k weapons in threes, I walked like I had the biggest nuts on the street for a week.
yeah. Guys, I'd love to keep on streaming. I got to get going, but QFX, thanks for sharing. Or I'm sorry,
Stupiduzwo says.
Gears. That was an awesome story.
QFXYT hot. Hell yeah.
You guys, y'all are awesome. Stream again. You guys, y'all take care.